rhyming here. This is happening again right in front of us. And MAGA does not, they get offended. How you can't compare him. You guys all use, so why you lost the election? Because you compared him to Schmittler. We compared him to Schmittler because we can compare him to Schmittler. That's why we do it. It's not, nobody wants to, but that's sadly true.
I do a show on Tuesdays called The Broadcast, and there's doc. If you don't know, her name's In Bed with Danielle. If you don't follow her, she's fabulous. Great. She's a doctor. Oh my God, she's a true intellectual genius. And anyways, it's called The Broadcast, and we talk about how conservative policy is damaging women. And what are the things we were going through, because she could be a historian as well as a doctor. But what we were discussing last week is the Iranian, that's disgusting. Iranian revolution, right? And people don't understand. I mean, 3 years. Right? If you don't understand the history of Persia, like what we were speaking about with Berlin, it was a center of intellectual thought and progressive ideas, and intellectuals brought scrolls there. I mean, Persia was the center of progressive thought of the world for a long time, which is now Iran. If you don't know, that's why they call themselves Persians. But anyways, 3 years from the Iranian Revolution, women had no rights, right? It took 3 years for women to have zero rights left.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, Persia was idolized in many regards, it's in the way that they had their focus on human rights and equality.
Her name is In Bed with Danielle. If you want to follow her, she In Bed with Danielle. Yeah, and our show, The Broadcast, is 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesdays. Everyone should meet her. She's amazing.
Everybody watch that show because it's great. Anything else on that, Drew?
No, just thank you both for bringing this to light. I mean, it's something that we have to keep saying over and over again. And I mean, sometimes we sound like broken records, but we have to say it because people are completely ignoring it. Correct. And we're seeing it unfold every day. We're all hoping for the best. We're preparing for the worst. And thank you guys for keeping us informed.
You got it. Thanks for being here, Drew. We appreciate you. Felice, you wanted to touch on the history of the
night. I just want to, like,
people don't know this, and I think it's really important.
The Night of the Long Knives, like a lot of people think that it was just, I mean, it was a culling of opposition, but what it was a culling of opposition within Hitler's own party, right? It's a culling of true believers. Because what was Hitler claiming to be? It's very similar.
I think H-Man or Schmittler. I think. I'm not sure where we go now with that word. I don't even know.
Mustache Man. Yeah. Mustache sorry. Man. Did I say that? Did I say it? Sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't even. Sorry.
I know. I try really hard.
I try not to say it, but I was just speaking. What was? Yeah. So what? Like truly, it's a culling of the true believers within Mustache Man's own party, right? And like, I love Margaret Atwood. She's the incredible goat. She's my idol. So I just this is a short clip of her explaining the true value, and that's who are the true believers, right? I always say this. I hate when people are like, "Oh, China's communist." No, you can call yourself a communist party, but sure. China has gone through the same thing. If you were truly a communist, you've been purged by Xi Jinping. There's no Marxism in China anymore, right? There's an authoritarian enriching himself, right? And it's an oligarch. That's what happens. And that's what Hitler was. Mustache Man. He said, I'm a socialist, right? I'm othering these people. Once we get rid of the enemy within, we're all going to share the wealth. And there were true believers who thought he was serious.
Exactly.
And those people had to go, right? The real conservatives, those are the first people to go. The Mitch McConnells, the ones they're othering, the people that really believe in conservative values, those
Liz
people
Cheney,
have to
Adam
go.
Kinzinger, Mitt Romney, people like that.
And that's why it's interesting to watch all of these Republicans just go along, because many of these people who are in Congress are going to be purged first. Like these true believers that don't want to watch Trump do a crypto scam. He's already a billionaire right now just through his meme coin. Like just what Mustache Man did, Trump has done. That meme coin is a way for foreign governments to bribe him or other people to bribe him. Mm-hmm. I mean, truly, that's what Mustache Man did.
If you want the
Oopsies.
playbook of how these things go, how do totalitarianisms go? one of the first things that happens in them is a purge of the believers. Why is that? So what do we have with Hitler? We have Night of the Long Knives. Who got eliminated then? Other Nazis whom he saw as rivals. And why them? Because they were still true believers. They still believed in the socialism part of National Socialism, and he did not. So they get eliminated. Who did Stalin purge in the 1930s purges?
Amen.
Was the old Bolsheviks, because they were still believers, and he was not. So suppose these people get power. The first people to be purged will be the true believer Republicans. Just saying, you know? So if I were them, I would be thinking quite hard.
It's yeah, if you don't know about the Bolshevik Revolution and why people call Russia socialist, right? The Bolsheviks were socialists. They were tired of the kings and queens, the aristocracy in Russia having all the wealth. And it was a socialist movement for a hot second, and then it wasn't, right? And that's what
I want to play our PSA
God.
real quick, just because we touched on some sensitive topics here. So I don't want to let TikTok know that we can't say one fascist apparently, but we can say the other. But I just want to remind people that we're here trying to do our work here. So give me 1 second. Sorry, it's coming.
TikTok. It is our intention during these live broadcasts to only provide fact-based information to the absolute best of our ability. We strive to never spread misinformation or to platform those that do. Opinions of our guests or commenters are theirs and theirs alone and do not reflect those of the host. Hate speech is not allowed, and we are diligent about policing it. This platform is for educational purposes only. We now return you to our regularly scheduled pandemonium, already in progress.
Again, which is why we have these historical connections. So you're continue. I just want to make sure I got that out there. Sorry, Felice.
Oh, yeah. So I was just speaking about the Bolsheviks. They were real socialists, the idea that the people should own the means of production, right? And Stalin was an autocrat that wanted to enrich himself. And they had to go. Anyone with true ideals of socialism, of Marxism, have to go. That's who went first with Mustache Man. Anybody who wanted to share in the wealth, he was going to enrich himself and become the richest man in the world. Does anyone seem similar?
Exactly. And he acquired wealth during that time because he aligned himself with oligarchs, put oligarchs in his cabinet, put oligarchs as his advisors. I mean, this is it seems so obvious to you and I because we've studied this stuff. I mean, not everybody. I mean, we spend a lot of time, we're policy wonks, we're politics wonks, we're history wonks, but I'm proud of that because we can see it happening. I wish more people would pay attention to these kinds of things. And again, I don't expect to change many hardcore MAGA's minds because, listen, they are Putin sympathizers. They're grape apologists. They're Yahtzee sympathizers now, apparently. I'm hoping that this activates people who chose not to participate in democracy because an example of that for those protest voters out there, in case you did not know, Trump wants Jordan and Egypt to accept more Palestinian refugees. So it's okay for other countries to take displaced people, but it's not okay for the United States. And we know what the plan is as Trump wants to continue to support Israel and basically take out Palestine. Let's be real.
Well, yeah, and I just to speak to that because that is not Trump's idea, right? That is a far right, extreme fringe far right party idea from Israel, right? Which is the resettling, right? Not unlike the Nakba of the 40s, right?
Exactly.
To actually either exterminate or resettle the Palestinians. That is the opposition to that, the entire Arab world is opposed to that. And it go, I mean, to resettle, I mean, that's what Mustache Man wanted to do essentially with the Jewish people. Like, so for that idea to come out, it's very, the hypocrisy of it, right? I mean, that's
Exactly.
where Trump is getting that. And also, when you hear him say, oh, there's beautiful coastline in Palestine, right? This is his idea of
Exactly.
enriching himself. He wants to develop it like a commercial real estate project. He wants to either exterminate or relocate, rehome these people and then develop it. Yeah.
Trump Tower or Gaza. That's his plan. Jess, good morning.
Good
And
morning.
by the way, and this is with a massive compliment, Felice. You're a misbehaved woman. So I don't know if you know, but Jess is part of a new podcast that just launched yesterday, Misbehaving Women. And I think you would be an incredible guest on that show.
Also think so. That's why I was
I
coming on.
know Left Jess. I
Yes.
love her.
We all do.
So we would love to have you as a guest on our show. I will talk to you after. Yesterday was fucking
Text
phenomenal.
me. You have my phone number.
I do.
Don't
I do.
yeah, don't message me on Discord. I'm so bad at looking at my Discord
I'll
messages.
never answer that.
We all are.
Yeah, yesterday was phenomenal. I just want to thank you for all the support that you've given us, Steve. I love you so much. You have no idea.
My pleasure.
Um, guys, why the fuck are we here? And this is like And your background, when I saw it, YouTube is running, by the way, guys. Sorry, I'm running late for life in general. I feel like the world in its current state has just got me really, really down. Even though there are such good things happening, I just can't believe. And it's so crazy because just a few months ago, I literally was at the Holocaust Museum, and like looking at like just thinking about the fact that I was just there and I just got to experience that. And then this is the fucking state we're in, like history. I don't know why people don't think that we're being compliant in this. Like the people who are literally just saying, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, like history repeats itself. We were also compliant in World War II when we turned away several boats that came here for refuge. Like, if you think that we are not compliant, like this is our history of being compliant with bullshit that happens in and around us on a regular basis.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I am just tired of living in a constant state of like what is going to happen to me and my family because people in this country don't want to fucking stand up for what's right.
That's when autocracy and dictatorships rise. It's oftentimes because of apathy within the society.
Yep.
And I think that's what we're seeing now. So like people can identify causes. I won't speak for Felice, but my mission at this point is to remind people who did not participate in our democracy, entitled leftists, people who feel like there are things that exist from a moral and social cause. I get it. The G side around what happened during the Israel peacetime war. I get it. Those are all important human rights elements. But because you did not participate in democracy, the communities and marginalized groups that you claim to support, and I will say that you claim to support in our country, are now either being eliminated, silenced, etc. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say having the bumper sticker on your car is not enough. Going to a rally is not enough. If you chose not to vote because of something, and you are just as responsible. We knew what MAGA was going to do. We totally knew what they were going to do. We know that votes were suppressed, but so many people stayed home and didn't vote. And this is what you got. This is what you got.
Well, and when you think about it, like what I implore people to do is when you are literally talking to these people, just pull out a fucking video. Go search a video on TikTok on somebody who is of Mexican descent or of Hispanic descent, and the videos of how afraid they are, and show them that and see what their reaction is.
That's
If they
right.
have no empathy in their fucking eyes, then maybe they shouldn't be a part of your fucking life.
That's
Because
right.
how can you sit around and watch what's happening in real fucking time and have zero empathy? It just doesn't make any sense. It never made sense to me in World War II either, but like it just doesn't make sense to me in real time that this is happening. So like I'm gonna start showing people. Like
Good.
I swear, I'm not even kidding you.
Good.
People are going to be on Facebook and they're going to be talking shit, and I'm just going to post a video of somebody being like afraid of being deported and be like, are you okay with that? How do you feel about
Yeah, I've
this?
got some interesting stuff I was going to read about that in a second. While you're here, Jess, could you do a mod announcement? Would you mind?
Yes, I absolutely can. Guys, there is 1,400 people in here. 14. See?
You got the
See?
math
I
right.
can do math,
Good
guys.
work.
Today is good math day. If you guys continue to fucking tap the screen, there's 227,000 likes. You guys are being amazing. If you guys can hit the heart me, if you guys cannot refresh your gifs on here, all you have to do is go onto a web browser and just type in www.tiktok.com/recharge. And you should be able to recharge from there. It's also 25% cheaper, so do that shit. Support the panelists. I don't know why Felice is sitting at 1.4. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Facts Hub. If you guys see now, since you cannot subscribe on our channel here, the Facts Hub in Steve's bio is the best way to do that. The subscription is only $3 a month. You get access to subscription benefits. I'm just making words up. Subscription benefits. We're going to be doing a subscriber only thing soon. We do them all the time. So if you guys would love to join that, that would be fucking amazing. That's the best way to support. And also Cash App and Venmo are in the bio. I know Felice has hers in her link tree as well, or her bio as well. Please support the channel that way, because TikTok takes lots and lots of money out of it. And fuck them.
We love you, my friend. Thank you for
I love
being here
you.
and participating with us. And again,
Yes.
please subscribe to the Misbehaving Women podcast. The link is in Jess's channel, and everybody shout hearts in the chat for Jess and all mods everywhere for keeping us
Yes.
sane and keeping our making us look good. Which in Felice's case is easy, but in my case that's a
Yeah.
lot of freaking work, and I appreciate it all very
You look
much.
great today, Steve. Shut up. You're both beautiful
Thank you,
people.
friend.
Hey,
we okay. Gotcha. You weed out of here. All right. So I also want to take this moment just because I was reading about this as well. Obviously, the world is upside down, and I found this this is from the little justice leaders. This is how perhaps you can, if you're a teacher, maybe some suggestions to talk to your students, and if you're a parent of elementary school age children in particular, this might be something you want to share with them. It's basically just supporting students after the inauguration. Okay. Set the tone for safety. Remind students that your classroom is a space where all voices are respected and everyone is valued. Acknowledge a range of feelings. Normalize a range of emotions, whether it be fear, excitement, confusion, devastation, etc. By naming them and validating that it's okay to feel differently from others. Remind students that they are excited that not everyone feels that way. And we respect all feelings in our classrooms. Begin with an optional emotional check-in day. How are you feeling today? Provide nonverbal options like thumbs up, thumbs down, neutral, or journaling for privacy. Remind students that feelings are valid, whatever they are. Reinforce anti-bullying policies. Reiterate that discriminatory and or hateful language will not be tolerated in our classrooms, and we respect all identities. It's okay to redirect discussions by setting boundaries. Those conversations may veer into unsafe and or overly polarized territory. And then watch for signs of distress. Pay attention to students who may need additional support. This might be especially true for LGBTQ plus members or immigrant students who may be feeling a lot of fear and uncertainty related to policies affecting them or their families. Provide additional time and space to process emotions if needed, or connect them with counselors and or trusted adults. I mean, most of those things go without saying, but like we need to be teaching kindness and empathy, showing people examples of kindness and empathy, because we've lost a lot of that in our society. And when people are cheering for suffering of others, when people are celebrating marginalized communities being erased, when people are celebrating when people have lost everything just because they want a better life, stuff like that. Thoughts on that, Felice?
Oh no, yeah, and I was just thinking about the poem that who his name was Martin Niemöller, Mahler. The guy, he was a German Lutheran pastor, The first they came,
I got it.
and it just, we could like insert different things, but he said first they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. Imagine that, you're in a union, right? And I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me and there was no one left to speak for me. That is exactly what we're seeing. The fact that Trump eliminated birthright citizenship, and I love people being like, oh, it doesn't matter, it's just an executive order. No, he absolutely is trying to eliminate birthright citizenship and will, right? I mean, he will try his best. And what will stop him? The Supreme Court?
Nope.
Will Republicans change the law for him? I mean, he
Yeah, they
has every branch of government.
Yep.
And nobody is shocked. Hey, that doesn't affect me. I have bigger problems. Or can I benefit from that? Yeah, like the complete lack of empathy in our society. But that's what it is. I mean,
I'm glad you mentioned
that poem always comes to mind.
I'm glad you mentioned that because there's a modernized version of it. It said first they came for the Mexicans and I did not speak out because I wasn't Mexican. Then they came for the GAYs and I did not speak out because I was not GAY. Then they came for the Jews again. I did not speak out because I was not Jewish. Then they came for the black people. I did not speak out because I wasn't black. Then they came for the Muslims and I did not speak out because I wasn't Muslim. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak for me. So yeah. I mean, like we've mentioned this before, you guys, about how it's about the suffering because this is the issue that we have with folks that are hardcore MAGA on the right. When you want to repeal elements of the Inflation Reduction Act that specifically benefited seniors by capping the cost of certain pharmaceuticals, insulin and others, and people are celebrating that. People are going to lose their lives. Wanting to cut funding for cancer research, for childhood cancer research, that one is personal for me. Personal. My daughter is alive today because of money that funded cancer research to help identify why her tumor recurred. My daughter would be very likely she was given a 50-50 chance to live anyway. But that is personal. And people are celebrating this shit. So teaching children empathy at an early age, respecting differences, sure. Children are not born hateful. Children are not, as much as the right would like to believe, children are not born Marxists or communists. They're born with an empathetic heart. And it's up to us to nurture it. And yet the right wants people to suffer. And again, historical context is one thing, but when we see it happening again, and those people, just like Felicia read the poem and the updated version, if it doesn't affect you, then you don't speak up until it affects you. Then it's too late. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And understand when we talk about Trump and the blackout, like, I mean, I'm looking at one of the things I'll talk about today on the People's Receipts later is all of these emails I'm seeing on X for people who were supposed to start cancer research trials and were sent an email, didn't even get a call that their cancer research trial is not happening anymore because Trump has paused all HHS communications and travel. So cancer research trials, if you're not aware, are no longer happening as of today. And like all of that, why is Trump trying to cut off communication from the HHS and trying to take us out of the World Health Organization? Why would he be doing those, and the CDC? Mm-hmm. I mean, all of these things are linked, right? As we take away women's rights, when we look at the maternal health desert in the South, what we know is maternal mortality is skyrocketing. Who is tracking those things? Oopsies. Who's tracking those things? Who's consolidating that data? The CDC, the World Health Organization.
Correct.
The blackout of the National Institute of Health. Correct. Exactly. That witch, Sarah, right on. And so it's that data, right? It's the blackout of data. Instead of saying we're going to use this data and realize that women need to be able to make decisions about their healthcare and doctors shouldn't have their hands tied, what their answer is let's hide the data.
Exactly.
Let's deny science. That is fascism 101.
101. Doughboy, thanks for waiting. What's on your mind?
Hey, Yeah, I appreciate you having me up. I'll be super, super quick. I just want to add
That's
a
what.
couple things to supplement your analysis there, which was great, very much on point. A couple things you can look at: party affiliation. That is a very good indicator to kind of measure the effectiveness of some of the propaganda campaigns and measure that and compare it against events taking place. But one number I'll point out is there was 1,347 jurists at the end of 1932. A year later, membership had reached 80,000. So those are your judges. That's a big prong to consider if you want to. And again, history doesn't repeat, but hey, these we want to understand these things to prepare ourselves for the now. I'll be real quick with this too. I have a book here highlighting. It was everybody should write this down or ask Google. It's called Gleichschaltung. It's the process in which they move to a state by that party name. There was the approach in which they take. It's very similar to what the current administration is doing, and I don't want to take up too much time with it, but it's all right there. It's almost verbatim. The only thing that differs is basically your paramilitary group, the monopoly on violence, right? But if you look at Trump's executive orders he issued in his first term. There are the 3%ers, the Boogaloo Boys, all those guys. Anyway,
Right.
so it's all too coincidental. Lastly, reason I requested originally is I wanted to speak to the vote with Hegseth, but not just that, but in general, how are Democrats going to respond? Are they just going to or sit back and wait for an opportunity to present itself? I feel like we should have had even House members in the Democratic caucus, responding by making, for the lack of a better word, threats that, hey, you know what? I'm going to grind this government to a halt if you put a traitor ahead of this branch. If you got somebody who denies science in the Health and Human Services Department. I'm really discouraged by the lack of democratic movement, but hey, maybe I'm being too zealous here. I just wanted to throw that out there and get your opinions if you think they're doing enough or not. And then you can drop me. Thank you again for bringing me up, dude.
Sure thing.
Love your brain, Doughboy. First
I'm all
of
over the
all,
place,
you're quite
Totally agree.
intelligent for one intellectual to another. Love your brain.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Go ahead, Felice. Do you want to respond to anything that he said there?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like, it's the same way we talk about, like, stop gaslighting us and saying what I know to be, all I see are patterns in the world. There's a very clear pattern going on that I can see. And I don't think we can yell loud enough. And I do think I'm very disheartened by, I would say, moderate Democrats and moderate Republicans who very clearly don't agree with this stuff, but don't want to be, ousted from their districts. But then again, like, here's the other side of it. And I'm just going to play devil's advocate because I don't know what the right answer is. And I think about this stuff. If you brought it to one of those moderate Democrats and asked them, why aren't you screaming louder? They would say, like, I'm in a swing district that I'm holding on to by a thread. If I get too loud, that this district will be taken over by a crazed MAGA person. What's the right answer here? You know what because I've heard some of them say it.
Yeah.
So I think some people are walking a tightrope. And then, but I agree with you. I think that I will say this, the positive side is I've seen from the Senate Democrats, I did not know the Senate Democrats had personality in them and could fight. And what I'm seeing, like, personally, as someone who's on X all the time, like, gathering data and information for my show, is that the Senate Democrats have mobilized, especially the younger ones, but
John
even
Ossoff.
like Sheldon Whitehouse. Like, I mean, these people, they have become influencers. Like,
Agreed.
I love Chris Murphy is putting out like 10 videos a day.
Agreed.
So is Cory Booker. They have podcasts now. Like, what they were not doing in the 118th Congress, I have seen them mobilize and recognize this is the way we have to do it. This is how we reach people. We have to play this game, this social media game. And they're doing it well. Like, Chris Murphy, I didn't even know he had a personality. And now I'm like, oh, I guess you could be president. So
Yeah.
I think they're recognizing they have to change and speak out in a different way.
I agree. When you talk about Doughboy, when you brought up, I mean, we can certainly describe moderate Democrats in many cases as feckless, and I think that is a fair description. But as from a political science perspective, the example that Felice just gave about these swing districts, it's really, really, it's real. But the alternative is what? So, like, if you speak up, you're going to get primaried. If you don't speak up, you're not addressing the needs of the people who put you in office to begin with. So they are literally stuck between the proverbial rock and a hard place. But you're there to serve. If you don't want to, the House Democrats should never again ever throw any assistance to the Republicans. None at all. They have a 1-seat majority. If they can't figure it out, then they grind their own gears to a halt. But to your point, Felice, when you see people like
Do not obey in advance.
Exactly.
Ever.
Drag,
right dig your heels in. Like, that's the lesson I have of being raised by a narcissist. You have to dig your heels in. I mean, you're going to lose a lot of battles, but dig your heels.
Exactly.
You never make it easy.
Exactly. If you're grinding then let them do whatever they're going to do, because they're going to do it anyway.
Shouldn't they have done that though?
Make them drag your dead body weight.
Yeah.
Go limp.
I mean, everybody, hashtag be Jasmine Crockett. Let's put it right there. But Doughboy, thanks for jumping in today, bro.
Yeah, real quick, just to point out, look at what's his name, Tuberville did. One senator, doesn't even have to be the party. But see, that's the thing. He's in a very big stronghold. He doesn't have to worry about being necessarily primary.
Correct.
Or losing in the general. They
Correct.
could get a far left state, right? With secure position for re-election. Have that person go out on a limb, grind that fucking government to a halt. They've already acquiesced and capitulated and shown their cards, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't want to bring everybody down.
The problem with that,
You're talking about a Republican supermajority.
Exactly.
They don't need the opposition. And we're in that position now in the 119th Congress, right? We are in a Republican supermajority. They don't need us, except in the House. We are close. And that's why I say we have to watch for the Lisa Murkowskis, the Susan Collins, the Mitch McConnells, the people that are putting their hands slightly up and saying, I dissent against this.
Exactly.
And the big one in the House to watch for is Mike Turner. This is one of the ones that will be purged at the night of the long knives, right? This is a true believer, conservative Republican who was the head of the Foreign Intelligence Committee. This man is intelligent. This man is focused. And actually, I do respect him. Like, as you know, he's not a grifter.
Yeah,
and Trump threw him off the head. He's no longer the head. He ousted him because Trump wants to use the Foreign Intelligence Committee and Tulsi Gabbard to go after what? The threat from within, the
Correct.
deep state. There's
exactly.
a clip of Mike Turner saying this yesterday on Sunday morning political shows that Trump told him this. And so it's the Mike Turners, right? When there's only a 2-seat majority that we might be able to, when it matters the most, right? We're going to lose a lot of votes, but when it matters the most, we might be able to flip a couple.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on Mike Turner. I mean, the fact that he got removed from the Intelligence Committee is a big deal as the chairman. I mean, he also voted in support of the impeachment, so he's got a history of being a thorn in the side of MAGA. But he also
he's for Ukraine funding,
right?
Yeah,
but he tried to squirrelly defend the January 6 rioters being pardoned. So he's still got an element of things in there that are hypocritical. But I think, like to your point, when there's a really, really important vote, he is a name to keep an eye on, without question.
Listen, and I'll say this though, like what Mike Turner is saying to just publicly, like, he's playing the game. Do you know what I'm saying? This is a very intelligent person. He's got to say certain things and then lie and wait. Who was the one that left that Boebert's in his Ken Buck, right? Ken Buck was in the Freedom Caucus. Like, he was the most right MAGA fringe. And then when it came time, he's like, hell no. Like, I have a brain and you are violating the Constitution. And he's gone now. He's like, I'm not staying here for this shit show. Now Lauren Boebert sits in his district. But like, Mike Turner is one of those. Like, when it comes up to like the violation of the Constitution, there are a few left, but that's the point. A lot of them have been purged.
I feel like it's funny because, and I'll get to Benny in just a second. I feel like, because like you said earlier, again, we have to laugh so we don't cry. Lauren Boebert wanting to give tours of the Capitol to the insurrection rioters. I feel like she, even a building that she's worked in for like 4 years, I think she would walk in and be like, okay, this is the big room where there's pictures. And this floor was made of Arkansas ivory that they got from Walmart. They bought it on discount. This is where the people who work in the other building work. Anyway,
But
Benny,
she knows. She'll be like, this is where I suspect someday a trans person might go in the bathroom.
Right.
Like, what kind of tour are we going to get from Laura Boebert?
right, exactly. It's like yeah. Benny, thank you for being here, our Canadian neighbor.
Friendly neighbor from up north. How's it going, eh?
It's going, Benny. It's going. Again, look forward to being the 51st state, Benny.
Absolutely the fuck not. The gloves are off, bud. The gloves are off. Yeah, so we're trying to approach today with a bit more of a level head. Trying to keep our chins up. We've all been feeling it. We've all been feeling pretty anxious, pretty upset, pretty angry. Up north here. I mean, we see you guys. We hear you guys. We're there with you. But at the same time, forgive us if we've been a little emotionally
Save
unavailable
yourselves.
at the time.
Save yourselves.
We
I'll be right
got, we got so much going on within our own borders too. I mean, we got a federal election that'll be coming up. We got
Crazy
a provincial election
Polyev.
happening.
You got Trump of the North that you have to try to fend off.
Yep. It's been fun. Kind of anxious to see what's going to happen.
Can I run something by you and to get your opinion? Because I actually
Sure.
think, like, in order to save ourselves, right, Canada must back away from us, right? And so do other countries. It's like Trump alienating Canada, alienating Mexico, alienating all these other countries, which quite honestly, who's winning in all this? Like, Trump is not smart. Right. China is winning because I was just listening to the Prime Minister of British Columbia give a speech yesterday. I mean, furious and just saying, like, we're not.
Sorry.
The plan is.
Do you say prime? Do you mean premier?
Premier. Sorry.
Yeah.
Did I say premier? Sorry, my brain. It's,
That's okay.
it is ADHD brain. The premier of British Columbia is saying we have to diversify our trading partners. I mean, that's the west coast of China saying, F you, the west coast of Canada saying, F you, United States, like, we're going to China. And so as countries like Canada diversify their trading portfolio and no longer rely on the US, I mean, it's going to hurt us. But in the end, the only way is to teach Trump a lesson economically. We all have to suffer for Trump to stop.
It's like you were saying, and like when you deal with a narcissist, you got to dig your heels in, and that's what we are fully prepared to do. I mean, I would like to say that two things that Canada knows really well: we're masters of sarcasm, and we are masters of passive aggression. So we'll dig our heels and we'll be like, we're not going to do it. I'm going to hate this, but yeah. I wanted to speak a little bit on it because we've touched upon voter apathy and the neutrality of especially of the left on the whole, and I wanted to speak on that a little bit.
Sure.
What brought to mind was a very specific quote, and if anybody if anybody recognizes it, feel free to chime in. But neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. That was the late Professor Eli Wiesel.
That applies in so many areas as we talk about, men who claim to be accomplices in the fight to protect women or help defend women's rights. When you don't call out toxic masculine behavior, you're silent, therefore you're complicit. You stay neutral. You don't want to get involved. I think that applies in so many areas of our life. So many areas. It does.
100%. 100%.
Well, thanks, Benny. Like I said before, I told you this, and I have to say this covertly, the boundary waters that I fish in regularly, I do tend to crisscross, so maybe I'll run into you in the woods somewhere.
We like to call it we're going to rename it from Lake Superior to Canada's Superior Lake. It's a work in progress. But
That's a
Maybe
good
we'll be able to
idea.
pass that.
That's a good idea.
Well, while my platform is small, there are so many of us, up north here who do have platforms that are going to do our best to try to elevate platforms such as yours, share, like whatever we can do, to help our friends and family down south, because we love you guys. We think that what's going on is a little fucking crazy, to be
Yeah, it
honest,
is.
but we love you, but we might have to distance ourselves just a little bit. It's not forever, but just
I get
temporarily.
it. I get it. It's like the kid you used to hang out with that became this weird person that you still love in your heart, but you're like, I don't know if I want to go to a party with him.
Is it the MP like Charlie Angus who said living above the US is like living like in an apartment above a meth lab or something?
Charlie
And
Angus,
I was
man,
like,
that guy
Charlie
is
Angus, and I was like,
he's the
man,
best.
that is the best analogy I've ever
We
heard.
leave our
He's
trash
like,
out. The
we
raccoons go
pity
into the
you,
trash.
but like honestly, you're creating a problem for the entire apartment building.
I mean,
we have our
it's
we have
gotten
our
pretty.
car.
It's
We have all of our cars up on cinder blocks, in various stages of disrepair.
I mean, believe me, we got some folks who are Tangerine sympathizers. I mean,
Oh
heck,
yeah,
just it was reported. I think it was either yesterday or Saturday. It was Saint. It was somewhere in Alberta. A group of yahoos with a bunch of signs, deport the immigrants, and the news said it was quote unquote anti-immigration pro. No, no, these guys were throwing full Yahtzees. Oh yeah, oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
saying it all. My heart goes out to you. Like all I could say to that was, funny how they're wearing masks. Those jaws need a well-connected fist, if you catch my drift.
Thank you, Benny. Be safe, buddy. Appreciate you very
Hey,
much.
take her easy, guys. Stay hydrated. Stay safe.
I
Much love.
followed you, Benny. Nice to meet
See you,
you.
Benny. Be good, buddy.
Wonderful. Take care.
Take care. Benny's great. Benny's our safe space in Canada. My team just shared this with me. This is great. This is California saying F this bullshit. A new bid to place a measure on the ballot that would ask California voters to approve the state's secession from the U.S. has been cleared for signature gathering. Secretary of State Shirley Weber announced Thursday that a measure introduced by Marcus Evans of Fresno must receive more than 500,000 signatures by late July. According to the text of the measure, the state would be required to create a 20-member state commission to study California's viability as an independent country in 2027 and to publish a report the following year. Members of the commission, who would be picked by random by the Secretary of State, would have to meet certain requirements such as being nominated by 100 registered voters and must have California residency for at least 5 years. The measure would also place the following question on the November 2028 ballot. Should California leave the U.S. and become a free and independent country? Wow. Approval would require at least 50% voter participation and 55% voting yes. Interesting. What is it? The fourth largest economy in the world.
Yeah, they don't need us.
They
They
don't
have all
need
the
us.
coastline. They have all the coastline. Then they could tariff the shit out of us. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what's the 40% of fruits and vegetables or something to that effect? Like, it's crazy. Let's
They have
go.
our food supply.
Wow. That's nuts. Well, Texas has talked about doing it for years. So, okay. We can rename the whole country. M, good morning.
States' rights.
States' rights, brother. States' rights. Good morning, M. How are you today? M, are you there? Hello? M? That might have been an accident. Accidents will happen. The immortal words of Elvis Costello. Everybody, please keep tapping. Why is Felice only at 1.5K? Please go to her link tree that's in her bio. Her pay apps are there. Please hook her up. Appreciate y'all. A little Linka, how are you this morning? Linka, are you there? We're falling into that trap again of people just accidentally tapping. Probably.
Glenn, thank you for the $10. He said, thanks for fighting the good fight. Hey, it's all I know how to do. We will go down fighting.
I love that. All right. Wendy. I think Felice said she's going to stick till 11 this morning. You can stay all day if you want. But
if you do not have money, absolutely, that's just tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. Let's get to 300K. Almost there. Just tap the screen. I also don't have money, so totally sympathize.
Good morning, exactly. Wendy. How are you today? Wendy? What's going on? It's the request box seems like it's having some issues. We'll bring up Dolphin. Dolphin's always able to connect. What? Hi, Dolphin. How are you today?
Hi, Fax. I'm good. Um,
Excellent.
Felice, I don't know if you remember me. I'm Dolphin. I sent you the whale the night the TikTok shut down.
I do remember. I always remember. I have a very good memory for people's comments I enjoy.
Well, um, I wanted to come up, Fax, and tell you about this woman that I found here on TikTok. Her name is Meredith Steele. Last name is spelled Steele, and she did her thesis on eugenics in Germany,
Okay.
and um she was explaining how the MAGA here they got so offended about being compared to him being compared to Bitchler, and um it's just they were comparing him to the 1940s. They weren't thinking of 1933. 1933, he did not run on exterminate all the Jewish people. He ran on we need to protect the German state. We
Correct.
need to right. And it's the same playbook. I just wanted to point it out. If you guys are not following Meredith Steele, please follow her.
disdain for the recognition of human rights. Because of a fear of enemies and the need for security, the people in fascist regimes are persuaded that human rights can be ignored in certain cases because of, quote, need. The people tend to look the other way or even approve of torture, summary unalivings, assassinations, long incarcerations of prisoners, etc., which then bleeds into identification of enemies as scapegoats as part of a unifying cause. Remember what we went through earlier when we talked about the rise of Schmittler? He used rhetoric and called people communist Marxists, those people that opposed him. The people, again, identification of enemies as scapegoats. The people are rallied into a unifying patriotic frenzy over the need to eliminate a perceived common threat or foe, whether it be racial, ethnic, religious, sexual orientation, minorities, liberals, communists, socialists, terrorists, Marxists, etc. The list is long. Do we need to unpack that one? I don't think we need to unpack that one either. No, sadly. Supremacy of the military. Even when there are widespread domestic problems, the military is given a disproportionate amount of government funding, and the domestic agenda is neglected. Soldiers and military services are glamorized. When you elect or when you nominate a person who is completely unqualified to be the Secretary of Defense, and you violate the Constitution by asking or ordering members of the U.S. military to basically go and secure our borders, when you have an exorbitant defense budget that has been promised to be over $1 trillion next year, which is more than the next, I don't know what the number is, 20 countries combined, something to that effect, that would be supremacy of the military. Again, that would be an example of a policy that is across all political spectrums, because we continue to fund the military industrial complex to the point of people starving in the streets. Rampant sexism. Shocker. The government of fascist nations tend to be almost exclusively male dominated. Under fascist regimes, traditional gender roles are made more rigid. Opposition to abortion is high, as is homophobia, anti-GAY legislation, and national policy. Let's unpack this one for a second because of the EOs that have come down this week, Felice, right? DEI. I think it's there was a story that Trump wants only American flags flown at any U.S. embassies, whatever that might be. Can't have pride flags. Can't have, it's just this. I think this is an example, and it's pretty because there are MAGA voters who are gay. There are MAGA voters who are trans.
The log cabin Republicans.
Exactly. Can you fill people in on what log? Because I don't think a lot of people know what a log cabin Republican is.
It's the LGBT. Well, LGB.
Yeah.
So I don't know about the T part of the Republican Party, which is largely one of their biggest advocates is Melania Trump, like interestingly enough. So yeah, I mean, they are the faction of gay Republicans.
Yeah, they're
the ones that are out, I should say.
Exactly. They're referred to as log cabin Republicans. That's just been a label that's been connected to them. This is a community that now, based on the first week of the presidency, will literally have their rights continue to be oppressed. Members of that community. No, you didn't take us down, Dolphin. That wasn't you. That was certainly not you. You didn't do anything wrong. Members of those communities that will continue to be just eliminated. I mean, changing gender to sex, only two sexes. Now they're talking about life begins at conception. They are literally trying to create this is the early stages of a national abortion ban. Personhood. I think if people are following along with that that bill in Mississippi introduced by a Democratic lawmaker in Mississippi, we call it Stop the Spank. # Stop the Spank. Male ejaculate. If you do that, if you use a sock or whatever it might be, the first offense is $1,000, $5,000 the next offense, $10,000 in subsequent offenses.
Conception begins at erection. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's
so that
1,000 for the first Andrew Jackson.
Totally.
5,000 for the second.
Yes, you pull the goalie the third time and it's $10,000 or more.
Unless you are at a sperm bank or you are using a contraceptive.
Correct. That's exactly right. Now people think that's completely ridiculous. Obviously, this is meant as a direct response to women's rights being taken away all across the country. And I think it's brilliant. And I wish more people in the Democratic Party did things like that to say how bullshit your freaking ridiculous laws are. Control the mass media. Sometimes the media is directly controlled by the government, which is, again, one of the tenets of Project 2025 was control of certain three-letter agencies, FCC being one of those agencies. And now you're asking the National Institute of Health, also the CDC and other government agencies who do report on pandemics, virus. I mean, we have a bird flu that is running rampant around the world now, and they don't want communications out to the American public. That would be an example of controlling the mass media, not just the media organizations, but controlling messaging. Religion and government are intertwined. Do we really even need to unpack that one anymore? I don't think so. Corporate power is protected. Look at the inauguration. Look at the oligarchs in government. Look at the people standing in the front row behind Trump when he was inaugurated, in front of cabinet positions, the oligarchs class, right? Disdain for the intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption. Fascist regimes almost always are governed by groups of friends and associates who appoint each other to government positions and use governmental power and authority to protect their friends from accountability. It is not uncommon for fascist regimes for national resources and even treasures to be appropriated or even outright stolen by government leaders, and then fraudulent elections. So what we saw the first time, and we see it again. And we don't throw fascists around just because we say, oh, they're fascists. Well, they're fascist. Let's call it what it is. They're fascists.
Let's tap the screen. Let's get to 100K as fast as possible. Let's not let TikTok win. Tapping is clapping. I'm so sorry your live got taken down. Like,
it happens.
Seems like it's impossible to educate
it doesn't matter.
people effectively.
I
agree. That's why I'm moving off of TikTok, so it won't matter to me anymore. Exactly.
Yeah, we are streaming on YouTube, friends, and that's maybe at some point we'll work our way over there on a full-time basis, but we do stream. Good morning, Trevor. How are you today? Trevor, are you there?
Hey, can't complain. How about you? Yes, sir. How's it going?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Oh, there we go. Oh, I was just, kind of commenting, the biggest thing we're seeing right now with the voters is just this absolute lack of any form of basic human empathy.
Yeah, can you get a little closer to your mic so we can hear you? You're cutting in and out a little bit.
Are you
Sorry
inside
about that.
a bank vault?
A weird hallway.
Yeah, that's fine.
I wish I was inside a bank vault. No, but It's like you saw this stuff, yesterday with the Colombian government. They refused 2 planes. And then, sure enough, 12 hours later or whatever, it gets reversed. And then I made a video about that. I am getting blown up with just, Trump won. It's like these people are literally in a military plane in chains, like in handcuffs. And y'all celebrate that.
I mean, what's the Colombian government?
But can I also say something? Trump did not win. Trump just said he won. Like, what happened is the president of Colombia is like, hey, welcome to the open arms of China. This is another example of what's happening to us. We are going to lose in this. China, literally, the ambassador to China put out this long, and it's like, hey, we've been waiting for this. Like, you don't need the U.S. Like, welcome. I'm going to play I'm going to read it because I was translating the post. But I mean, yeah, this is exactly what is going to happen. Trump alienates people, and China's like, hi, this is a happy accident for China. And Trump did not win. What happened was the president of Colombia basically said, hey, you're not, because of your shitty history with military planes and, the U.S. incursions into South America, like, I don't like this, and you're not dropping off prisoners in chains. I'll send my presidential plane for them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's happening. He went to pick them up on his own plane.
And what's a country like Colombia? You can't go toe to toe. A country of Colombia, you can't go toe to toe economically with the U.S. What Colombia and other countries are going to do is say we won't even bother anymore. So this is what happens. These are the consequences.
And we already see the long-term consequences when Trump had his little tariff war with China during his first administration. All that meant is all that soy and all that pork that China used to get from us, they now get that from Brazil.
Sure.
Farmers here were affected. I live in the middle of farmland in Minnesota. Farmers were affected. Farmers were getting let go from jobs.
Yeah, I mean, undocumented immigrants not showing up at work in California and other parts of the world where they're picking crops, and those crops are rotting on the vine. You think prices are up now? You just hold on.
We are still subsidizing the farming industry from Trump's tariff trade war with China. In his first presidency, we are still subsidizing farmers from that.
Yeah,
And that's because China never came back to us. They went to other countries. And Colombia is going to do the same exact thing now.
there was reporting that it cost taxpayers $825,000 to put those 80 immigrants on a deportation flight to Mexico. So let's just do the math real quick, right? So let's use 10 million because that's the number that they seem to throw out that there's 10 million, as they say, illegals. So what would that'd be roughly $100 billion it would cost to do that, roughly speaking. Probably more, but that's just a rough estimate, right? So, 80 per flight, we'll say, at roughly $1 million. Again, $100 billion to do this. What does that do? Does that lower the price of eggs? Does that lower the price of gas? I don't think so.
Yeah, I have the data. I was looking this up.
like
Trump's
even with
cost to
that, it
deport
costs-
people. Oh, sorry. I'll just say that Trump's cost to deport 80 people using military jets is 852,000, 10,000 per person. The typical cost of an ICE chartered flight is 8,500. It's $1,006 per person. And then I was also listening to this very intelligent pilot do a statistical analysis now that Mexico has blocked their airspace. If you don't understand that Claudia Sheinbaum just keeps delivering the blows to Trump, they're not allowed to use the Mexican airspace anymore to fly these military deportation flights. So now we're talking about flying like around Tahiti. I don't know if anyone understands how large the Mexican airspace is, but now we're talking about like a 100x cost for these military planes.
Yeah. Again, this
And
is
the
what they
biggest
saw.
reason for that, too, because ICE is...
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the biggest reason for that, too, because ICE has been doing these flights for decades. ICE was doing this under Biden. They were doing it under Obama. They were doing it under Bush. They do make flights of repatriating immigrants, various illegal or people who need to be deported. But when they were essentially using commercial flights of sorts. But this is just Donald Trump needs to feed that ego. He needs to look like the biggest, strongest man in the room.
Sure.
Because he's such a pathetic, weak little bitch.
Agreed. Agreed.
Everyone should follow Aaron Reichlin Melnick. Like, he probably testifies in front of Congress once a month. He's the foremost immigration expert in this country. And he said that, like, he's been saying this for years, that Trump will basically use normal ICE activities and pretend like it's some sort of like huge mass deportation thing. Right? Biden averaged 308 arrests a day.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
These are normal ICE deportation flights. And that's all the president of Colombia said. Hey, we have never denied any of your deportation flights ever in the history of our country. We're fine with them, just not military planes, just not people handcuffed on military planes. That's all.
Exactly.
Aaron Reichlin Melnick, I'll write his name in the chats, and he's pretty much on all platforms.
Thank you.
Hey, Facts. Hey,
Hi,
Felice.
Necamista. How are you this morning?
Nice to see you. I'm all right. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you,
thank
friend.
you very much. I am now almost very old. But,
Nah.
That's typical British understatement. Yes, I just wanted to say, for all of my American friends, I've been compiling for a while now a global politics playlist. You don't need to follow me. The playlist you can follow without following me. I don't need to be involved in it if you don't want me to. But as videos are getting so heavily suppressed to Americans, I thought it would be really helpful to have access to something that you can come back to that is going to be, I don't know, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to not get you in trouble. But if people can check out that playlist if you want to keep up to date information for politics around the world. And yeah, I have others for British and Israeli quote unquote conflicts. So there's information there. Just have at it, go and watch what you need to, and we will keep trying to get information to you as it's suppressed.
Appreciate
So
that. Appreciate
no
that.
worries.
So now that
we
we're a
can
week
do, right?
now that we're a week into this hellscape, what's the perception in your country currently?
We see it as jumping the early steps of 1930s Germany. He is going right in with policies from the very start to try and oppress anybody that isn't a billionaire white man or a neo schmatzy. It's rough. I really do feel for you guys. And there was one of the videos I added to my global politics playlist earlier was a clip of a protest in Germany that's just happened where they were singing anti-schmatzy songs to show their contempt for what is happening to you. We in Europe know what this is. We lived it in, through all of our schooling, every year of schooling, from the moment we have history classes, we learn about it. And so for us, it's easier to spot, it's easier to identify. And I think because, there's a bit of a joke about Americans and wild boars, and that the first one they didn't turn up for and the second one was too late. And it's kind of a running joke. And we know that it's, cliche. But I think that is by and large why, along with the fact that you weren't directly impacted on the ground, is by and large why you don't have the same education into what schmatzis are, what they do, how they gain control, and through populism. The MAGA movement was giving populism right up there from the first time around. So this is a natural progression, and I fear that it's going to get a lot worse. That's my concern. If we're lucky, and I count, I say we because we are all humans. I feel it's important that we are aware and helping one another with education, information, and support. If we're very lucky, he's going to have a couple of weeks where he's going to go all out, and he's going to keep trying to push things in court to see if he can get them passed as law, such as, taking away citizenship for Native Americans that he's trying to do at the moment.
We haven't talked about that yet. It's on my list.
Yeah, that one, I've been following that one. I've got a very good First Nation Canadian friend who keeps me quite informed about things that happen for her, and it's been really quite terrifying to see how well the MAGA movement has been able to pull people in through populism that are the very people that will lose their rights first.
Correct.
Women, people of color, white women, overwhelmingly. Like every time there's an election, both in the UK and in America, women of color show up. Women of color are there doing the things that they know to be right and well for community. You always get some outliers, but overall, they are there every single time. And we as white women have not had to do so much heavy lifting because of that. And we need to recognize that and start to dismantle all of these white supremacy things that we've had pushed down our throats. Because we get the propaganda here too.
I know you do.
We have one of the most, our countries have the most corrupt media in the West. Full stop.
Yeah, influenced, heavily influenced.
Everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I think, and now media. Now media touches, all channels, all borders, all countries. So I appreciate you jumping in this morning, friend. I always appreciate your perspective on things. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us.
No worries. Today. And global politics playlist I'm not asking you to follow me. That's not necessary unless you want to. But that playlist, I add to it daily. There's about 500 vids so far. And I will keep putting information. If I find out about useful helplines or places to call, I'm going to put an image together so that I can have that pinned in there. So hopefully you can still get access to some of the information, because what they'll do to begin with is suppress media without saying what they're doing.
Well, that's an element of
Exactly,
fascism. I know. Thank you again for jumping in today, my friend. I
No
appreciate
worries.
you
Have
very
a great
much.
stream.
You too. See you later.
Thank you.
One of the things we didn't necessarily touch on before would be I mentioned this. He talks. Elon Musk went to this AFD rally, and his quote was, "Musk tells Germans to get over past guilt." In his speech to the far right AFD party, Alternative for Germany is a far right and right wing populist political party in Germany. The AFD is Eurosceptic and opposes immigration into Germany, especially Muslim immigration. The German judiciary has classified that party as suspected extremists. And Elon Musk spoke at a rally there. And there's some pictures of people doing a very similar gesture to what he did. So again, if you're attempting to distance yourself from this controversy, instead of doing that, you go to the heart of the lion, so to speak. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of people in Germany were protesting that and have been protesting this movement for a very, very long time, but you're seeing it rise in power. And that's the scary part, that there's all kinds of elements of right-wing propaganda and these extremist groups. We've seen a rise of the alt-right in the U.S. We've seen the rise of of membership in alt-right organizations growing. So here we are.
I would say just like when you hear Elmo, say something like that to the far right party in Germany. It's super alarming, but that's what's been going on in the U.S. When you see states like Florida making it, changing how they teach history, right? Saying, well, there were some good things about slavery. Slaves learned some skills, right? That's about relieving America of its guilt. That's the same thing that Elon Musk is saying to the AFD. Hey, when you were oppressing people, when in your past there was a horrific G-side, I'm sure it wasn't all bad. Right? I mean, it's the same. That is what is happening in the US. It starts with education, right? That is why you see the voucher. Like, I can't stress enough as a former teacher what the voucher system has done to dilute education, and why they want to abolish the Department of Education. Who does the Department of Education help? Right? It helps disabled kids. It helps kids from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, but particularly Black and brown children. This all aligns with what happened in Germany in the 1930s and 40s. None of these people were considered people.
Yeah, I mean, we ran down the list before, and they're using the same tactics. It's just modernized now. It's easier to track people down. It doesn't matter which community you're in, unless you're white. Let's be real. Unless you're a white man. I mean, everybody's under threat. I mean, look at Trump's cabinet. Look at the people in his cabinet. Look at the literal complexion of his cabinet and his appointees. Somebody just mentioned this chat. I just want to remind some folks that those are people that are under threat, or concerned about ICE. There's a few things that you can do. If an ICE agent shows up at your door, don't open the door, but be calm. You have rights. Ask what they are there for, and ask for an interpreter if you need one. If they ask to enter, ask if they have a warrant signed by a judge. And if so, ask to see it through a window or slip it under the door. If they do not have a warrant signed by a judge, you can refuse to let them in. Ask them to leave any information at your door. If they force their way in, don't resist. Tell everyone in the residence to remain silent. If you are arrested, remain silent. Do not sign anything until you speak to a lawyer. An ICE administrative warrant form I-200 or I-205 does not allow them to enter your home without your consent. So we didn't really speak about the birthright citizenship for Native tribes, Felice, and I know you have.
Wait, can I say one thing before
Native.
you
Sure,
pivot
go
to
for it.
that?
Yeah,
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 when you talk about not opening the door for a warrant, like that speaks to what happened in Chicago, right?
exactly.
What was reported over the weekend was that ICE tried to burst into a school,
Correct.
right? It wasn't ICE though, which is the scariest part about it. And thankfully the school in Chicago knew their rights and were like, "Do you have a warrant?" Like signed by a judge.
Exactly.
They did not have a warrant. But do you know who it was? It was not ICE. It was Secret Service. You know who they were looking for? An 11-year-old child. Do you know why? He apparently had posted an anti-Trump post on the internet. Who hasn't? They were
talk
looking
about
for
it
an
every
11-year-old
day.
child for posting an anti-Trump post.
I mean, isn't this an
Yes,
anti-Trump
look it up.
post?
It was originally they thought that ICE had tried to get into a school, and then once it was investigated, no, it was Secret Service looking for an 11-year-old child who had posted an anti-Trump post. It's a military state.
Yeah,
You
that's
say
exactly
something
right.
mean about Trump, they come looking for an 11-year-old child in a school. I just
And
thought that was so know your rights. I mean, that's the point. Like everyone needs to know what their rights are when you live in a police state where a
and
narcissist can get offended and sends the police after you.
I know that you were a teacher, and I think it speaks to what we always talk about how teachers are so unappreciated, not just underpaid, but unappreciated in our society. So here are teachers. And I know all teachers refer to the kids in their classroom as their kids. That is just part. That's just. It goes without saying that they do that. So here they are once again, having to protect their children from
Standing
this
in the
level of
breach.
exactly standing in the
Yeah.
breach.
For
Exactly.
for free.
For free. For free.
And
Exactly.
then yeah, and being ridiculed and saying they don't do anything. Yep.
And their lives are under threat every single day. Every single day. So we didn't speak. I'm not sure if you have, but when I started to read a little bit more into the birthright citizenship for Native tribes, I thought of you. I would imagine that one probably. I know these are all things that kind of just drive all of us crazy, but that one, I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, if for anyone who doesn't know, like my father is half black, half indigenous Mexican, particularly from the Yaqui tribe, Yaqui, from the Pascua Yaqui reservation. It straddles like half of the tribe is in Mexico, half in America. So yeah, but my father was born in the United States, but I also have a long family history of people, but now because that's all in question now. But also I have family members as well, right? Hispanic family members who voted for Trump, who I don't want to talk about the immigration status of my family, but I have a very complicated family, let me put it that way. Some of whom voted possibly to lose their own citizenship, which is quite a fascinating thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't, yeah, I'm not surprised by this. That is the point, right? Like the voter ID laws, this is how I see it. Cause like I said, I see the world in patterns and like the voter ID laws is the states' rights form of the birthright citizenship attack, right? All of this is meant to take rights from brown and black people and also make it so conservatives can hold power, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they're not, if the more people that lose their rights in this country that possibly, don't vote with the conservative party, the better. However, the positive for me, the silver lining is what Trump doesn't understand. All of these people assume that if you're brown and black, that you're not a conservative. I think that it is the biggest miscalculation of what Donald Trump is doing by attacking birthright citizenships. I think he doesn't understand he had the Hispanic vote. He could have kept them. And what he's doing now, actually, he's doing our job for us. Like it is going. I don't know how he's going to keep the Hispanic vote doing this now. I mean, and I think it's a move he doesn't care, but yeah, it's the same way they want to keep people from voting.
Mm-hmm.
And then also think about it this way. The point is for the Conservative Party that people don't understand. They want illegal immigration,
Yes.
right? This is all a show.
Labor.
They want capitalism is dependent on the cheapest, ideally slave labor, but the cheapest labor possible. If you have a large cross section of people in your country who have no rights, you can exploit them for labor, right? So by taking citizenship from brown people, it's not that they're necessarily going to get them all out or they're going to leave. It's a huge cross section of people that can be either put in camps and kept for labor or can be exploited because they have no rights in this country. There's no labor rights anymore. I mean, this is the goal, right? To hold to hold power by making sure anyone that opposed them can't vote. All studies show around, you suppress the black and brown vote, conservatives can hold power. They can't. That's why we can't let the popular vote happen in this country. They will lose, right? So this is about vote suppression, and it's about cheap/slave labor. That's the pattern I see.
Resources on reservation land. I think that's all part of it. It's all connected to capitalism and the oligarchs. And again, historical context. Schmittler made himself a billionaire during his whitewashing of Germany, if you will. It's all connected. I mean, this is the distraction, is the point in what we're seeing now is so many people are being harmed in so many groups because of this, the oligarch class. I found a really, there's a creator that I love. His name is Jovan Bradley. Most people know who Jovan is. He posts he's a Twitch streamer, and he does this great, the capitalist contradiction.
Love him.
He has guests, he brings guests up, and it's just the way in which he approaches it. And I just love his brain. This is an example of exactly what we're talking about. So the way he draws this out, and it's a couple minutes long, but it's great to listen to.
Especially implies that they're forcing labor to work for them.
You are forced to work or you don't eat. Let's say me and you get into a plane, like, right? We're the only passengers on the plane, and the plane crashes on a deserted island. Me and you alone on a deserted island. Okay. And I wake up before you. Okay. Now, when I wake up, I collect all of the coconuts, which are the only food source on this island. I collect every single one, and I put them behind a fence that I build while you're out. And behind this fence is the only fresh water source on this island. I have now claimed ownership of all of these. I also have the only weapon. There was a gun on the plane, and I took the gun, so I have the only weapon on the island. You wake up and you want food and water. And I say, the only way you can do this is by working and doing the work that I tell you to do. You're okay with this, right?
I mean, if I feel that I can overtake you and overpower you, then I'll try to scheme away.
Why would you overtake me?
Well, I would try to talk sense. I would probably first talk sense into you.
Talking means nothing. These are my coconuts and my water. It seems like what you want to do is steal my water and coconuts from me. Why would you do that?
Well, I mean, like, in that sort of situation where I'm literally put in a situation of life or death, that's completely different.
It's interesting that you claimed before that it's wrong for the workers to get control of the means of production because that would be theft. But here you are trying to get control of the means of production from me. What I just described is capitalism. This is my private property, and you cannot have my private property unless you engage in labor that I am buying from you. This is capitalism.
Yep.
You just sell your body to me for the right to survive. What's wrong with that? That's capitalism. You just have to sell your life force back to me. Now that I control all the means of survival, you sell your life force to me to survive. What's wrong? I love Jovan. He's great. That's Jovan Bradley, if you don't know.
He's a great
look him up on any platform.
He's a great follow, and he has these very intellectual conversations. And both Felice and I are sapiosexuals. We're just drawn to people who've got incredibly powerful brains. And I could just listen to that guy forever because he just talks about things in context. And that's such a simple example to describe exactly what, right, Jeff? To describe exactly what capitalism is. It's like, we'll give you the privilege of working for us while we rip you off. And your dependency is whether or not I will agree to the terms of which you work with me. Or you
and once you sell your life force to me and agree to work for me, to survive, I might give you health care. I'll think about it.
might.
I also control all the medicine and all the doctors, and you might get to see a doctor.
Yes, his name is Jovan, Jlvan Bradley. Mods, if you wouldn't mind just posting that in the chat. Thank you.
I put it in the chat somewhere in the chat if you scroll
Thank
up.
you. Appreciate you. Tootle, how are you today?
Hey, I didn't realize I had tapped up, but hey, I'm here.
Okay. What's
I
on
was
your
just
mind?
responding to someone in the chat about Mississippi, I think it was, and I think it was Montana too, just introduced bills to make illegal immigration prison punishable by life in prison.
Shocker.
So that that goes on
They
with,
love slave labor in Mississippi.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. They
that's-
get the work camps ready.
Exactly. I was gonna say,
exactly.
that's
It's the goal.
the
Exactly what
pay
you
for
were saying,
profit.
Felice, about it's all for making slave labor prison camps.
Private prison.
Private
Look
prisons.
look up Geocorp. Look
they're
up
salivating.
the stock positions of Republicans in Geocorp. Look, that bill that was passed. I hate to. It's Senate Bill 5. I cannot stand. They asked us not to say that poor woman's name who was unalived by an immigrant. Her family asked her to stop
Right.
being exploited, so I'm not going to say it. But that bill that was passed, that's what it's about. It's a money grab for private prisons, and in Congress, people will get rich off of it. Same with the TikTok ban. Look up Republican and Democrat positions in Meta. Look who's going to cash out. One of the co-authors of the TikTok ban, Michael McCall, has one of the biggest positions in Meta. This is all a money grab.
Oh yeah, I remember right after the election, those guys all had earnings calls, and they were all salivating at the mouth and saying we're ready to ramp up, and go. And a lot of that is not going to be actual in camp labor because obviously they're not going to have fields at every camp. They're going to do monitoring. They're going to put ankle bracelets on these people to work in the factories all over the country.
Do you know who's written essays about just that? That sees people as free range cattle that needs ankle monitors? Peter Thiel.
I was going to say it's got to be Thiel.
It's Peter Thiel. He doesn't just think that's how prisoners should be. He deems it as people like humans that aren't successful, meaning non-rich people. We should all have ankle monitors on. He sees us as free range cattle, and we work we're laborers, and they need to keep an eye on us. That's exactly what Peter Thiel thinks.
Yeah, the economy was what was on my mind. Just because I'm seeing that, I think today is the first day that the stock market is lower than when Trump came in because of the whole AI bubble is popping at the moment.
Don't get me started on that. I'll talk about that in a second. Can I say something to the chat? Hey, I've just seen this because I just clock patterns. A lot of you keep saying that TikTok made you unfollow Steve. He is on his backup. This is his backup account. TikTok didn't make you unfollow his main account. This is just his backup. So if you're not following Steve's backup, everybody check right now and just make sure you follow him and keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 150K. Sorry, I just wanted to clear that up because I know there seems to be a lot of confusion about what's going on. Yeah, it looks like his main account, but it is his backup.
I saw you get bananaed and had to saw you come back up. Thank God I follow you here. So
about the stock market. Yeah, I want to talk about this. I never thought I'd be in a place where I'm cheering on the only force in the world that I see that can oppose the tech billionaire oligarchy in the United States now might be China. And if no one understands what happened, the stock market, the tech stocks in America are crashing
hard
because of DeepSeek. Which if you didn't used to work in the tech industry like me, China has found a way. And I was reading this research paper last night, which I'm not smart enough to even, I'll try to read any research paper, but damn, am I not? I have it up right now. The abstract.
Did you say that you're not smart enough?
No, but I mean, you have to, I'm not an engineer. I'm not an AI engineer. Like I could read you the first paragraph and you'd get it. But I'm smart, but it's quite intense. But basically the general idea is that DeepSeek is an AI technology that they first put out a research paper a week ago that just the scientific community is like, oh my God, they can use barely any computer chips. And it has 10x or quite more computing power than what the chatbots in America can produce. I mean, and it has upended the value of Nvidia, which is America's largest chip producer.
Right.
China is already like sanctioning Nvidia in Asia, doing horrible things to try to put it out of business, but they might have done it with DeepSeek anyways. So
yeah,
that's a horrible thing for American economy, but I don't know how much damage has to happen to the American economy before Trump stops what he's doing. Like somebody has to counteract the rise of the American tech oligarchy.
It's like it's almost
of the American tech oligarchy.
It's gonna be useless because DeepSeek can do it for $10,000.
Exactly what has happened.
They're going to spend $500 billion. So yeah, it's a game changer. And
these data centers are such a drain on energy. Like, they're going to drain energy grids. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's basically that's what's happened. We're like, oh, look at what we have, and they're like, yeah, we can do it.
Exactly. And China's putting out, I think, like people that into STEM fields, like into AI, like it's something like 10 to 1 as to what our universities are putting out for people that are, intelligent enough to work in these AI fields. So we're going to get destroyed by China on this.
It reminds me of the housing crash in a way of 2007, 2008, when there were people who had, boatloads of money who hedged based on, they bet that the economy would crash because of what we're seeing. And I think you see the billionaire class now probably going to be willing to do the same thing. Because to Felice's question, what's it going to take for people to realize that it's going to take the economy to crash? And that's what they're betting on.
Big Bill Gates holds one of the largest short positions against Tesla. And he's been waiting for because Tesla, of course, they're backed by, they have their large Grok AI, which, that's going to tank too. So maybe Bill will get his.
It's the worst of all of them.
Oh, it's awful.
AI sucks.
It's terrible.
This is the hell. Toodle, thank you
no,
for
I know,
being
but
here, bro.
I mean, I would short Tesla too. I mean, because also Elon Musk. It depends on what happens with Trump's idol Xi Jinping, right? I don't know what Trump is doing, but it doesn't even seem like he opposes China at this point. It seems like he's working for China. So, I mean, it takes, if those 100% tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles are removed, bye Tesla, right? Like, they're selling EVs around the world for like $13,000 if you don't know.
I read a story where China has basically, they were just able to harness fusion to the point where it burned hotter than the sun. That's what they're focusing on. Meanwhile, we have members of Congress who want to, tell women what they can do with their bodies and legislate it, and pass legislation to rename the Gulf of America to the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like
so much winning.
we have to laugh so we don't cry. Toodle, thanks for being here, buddy. I appreciate you.
Good seeing you, Steve. Have a good one, please.
See you later.
I love you, Toodle. You're the best.
Oh God. All right, I'm gonna bring Eve up. I think Eve's
excellent
gonna do
brain.
Oh, another huge brain. I agree. Speaking of big brains, hi, Eve.
Well, hello, my friends.
How are you today, Eve?
I'm excellent. I'm trying out these new AirPods.
Every single day I learn of another trait and quality and talent of yours, including apparently music production, which I did not know.
Oh, stop it. It's all AI.
Take your flowers, Eve.
All right. Thank you. Well, I figured since we're on backup, I would come up here and do a quick little mod announcement for everybody.
Please.
As y'all know, I am here to remind you to please support our amazing hostess with the mostest. He is our sublime superintendent and suave socializer, as well as a big welcome back to the factual flabbergasting facilitator with finesse, Felice.
I love alliteration. You don't understand. I love alliteration. Don't tease me.
Buckle up.
So do I. Well, as y'all know, they're out there every day bringing y'all facts over feelings because facts still matter, and they always will. So if you have the means, let's help Facts meet his gift goal. His payouts are in the link tree of his bio. Let's get Felice, y'all. We haven't seen her in a minute, so let's go. You can find the Facts Hub link as well as the Discord link in that bio as well. Felice has hers also. You get 10% off merch when you're in that Facts Hub. So if you click on the perks or members only, you can become a sub. If you aren't a sub already, you need to. It's only $3 a month. It's a hell of a deal, and there's all kinds of perks that go along with it. Now, if you're just looking for a fun free forum for the Facts or Felice family to frolic, then join the Discord. If the link doesn't work, reach out to a moderator. We'll hook you up. When you join, please open a ticket to verify your account. There's a whole server there that folks are missing out on. We need to maintain a safe space for our community, which is why we ask you to go through that process. If you have questions, just ask in the unverified lobby. We'll walk you through it. It's very user friendly once you get going. Now, if you haven't already, click that follow or heart me on this backup account up at the top next to Fax's name. For the cost of a penny, you can join the team. You can do this every day. It helps to keep us relevant and on the FYP. As I mentioned, there is a gift goal. We'd love to reach it, but if you can't donate, no worries. All we ask is that y'all interact in the comments as well as tapping your little hearts out. It's always free to tap and share out the live. If you don't have any friends, just click the copy link. It works the same as a share, and no one will be the wiser. Plus, it's a great place where you get to meet some new friends. After this live, when you have a chance, hop on over to YouTube and subscribe to Facts Still Matter or Felice. I believe it's Felice Navidad, or A Girl Has No Name. And it's free to follow your favorite creators there as well as here on TikTok. So lastly, be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Thank you, Eve. Are you ready for your ride out?
I am.
For those of you who do not know, and you've heard the Misbehaving Women podcast, also Misbehaving Women, the link to the YouTube channel is in my link tree in my bio. Eve wrote the intro, recorded the intro, sang the intro. So we've got some talent among us. Thank you for that. You want to say something, please?
Oh yeah, you can follow all my accounts, Twitch. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, everywhere. It's A Girl Has No Name. Yeah. And also I was going to say, if you want to join my Discord, I have a link in my link tree right now in my bio. You can join through that. You don't have to ask for an invite through Feliz Navidad. Since TikTok went down, I just put it in there. So, and if you want to support me in any way, it's all in my link tree. Thank you guys so much.
So Stephen Hassan, you may know the name. He's the author of the Cult of Trump. He wrote that book, and he's done some other.
I know him at Cult Expert. I just figured out who this guy was a week ago.
He talks about, he does these various podcasts, and he writes brief stories and op-eds on what he sees. And he's done one recently called Red Flags in Leadership, Traits That Demand a Second Look. And obviously this is in reference to Trump, as we're talking about historical contrasts. Manipulative leaders often use charm and confidence to draw people in. Their charisma makes them appear trustworthy, but it's designed to win devotion and silence doubts. That's what we hear. People who are hardcore MAGA, they feel like he's charming. And I will, if I'm going to be objective, I wouldn't use charming, but he knows how to work a crowd. He knows how to build loyalty. He knows how to get people to trust him. And I say this a lot. It's like the snake from the Jungle Book, comes down, look into my eyes, trust in me. He's very, very good at that. Very good at that. To manipulate, right? Good or bad, he's good at it. Loyalty to any cost. They demand absolute loyalty, framing criticism as betrayal. Followers are pressured to defend the leader no matter what, creating a culture of fear and conformity. Like we talked about earlier, Felice took you guys through the Night of the Long Knives. It wasn't necessarily the opposition outside the party, it's the opposition within inside the party. And if you think about Project 2025, it's loaded with replacing civil servants with loyalists. Civil servants in government have been there for multiple administrations, working for years. Some of the solicitor generals, in fact, that were fired recently were appointed by Trump, right? So anybody he sees as a threat within the party, within Trump world, are kicked out, demanding loyalty, like a loyalist pledge. It's like they're standing there.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting with the solicitor generals because you're seeing some of these people who the loyalists within the party who you thought were loyalists be like, wait a minute, what? Like Chuck Grassley, who came to Congress on a covered wagon and has seriously never fucking left. He's literally like fourth in line for the presidency, and he's 91. He doesn't even, he can't even use a smartphone. It's terrifying. But anyways, like I would have said Chuck Grassley, I mean, all of the crazy Trump has done, he has been on board with, right? Like all of the BS. I mean, he was complicit in like the J6 and all of this. Him and Ron Johnson are buddies. I call them the three unwise men: Ron Johnson, Chuck Grassley, and I forgot the third. But anyways, Rick Scott. I would have always said, Chuck Grassley's on board. Not with the inspector generals, right? That's where you saw the split. Oh, I guess somebody has a line and it's Chuck Grassley. He loves his inspector generals. And he was like, hey, what you've done is unconstitutional. That is the first time I saw Chuck Grassley angrily break from Trump and say, you have done something that is unconstitutional. You needed to warn Congress. We needed 30 days notice. What do you think you're doing?
Isn't it funny though, Felice, that he'll see that as unconstitutional, but an attempted coup to overthrow democracy wasn't a bridge too far.
Yeah.
Fish Trucker, I don't know if you guys ever met Felice.
Hi, I know Felice. Felice is my buddy.
Yeah, we go way back. Love him.
I just wanted two quick things. First thing is, a lot of people on the right, especially MAGA, do get, they get very annoyed and they hate when we compare the great leader Trump to this gentleman on the screen. I think we need to keep in mind a few things. Is one, yes, history may not repeat, but it's definitely rhyming a lot now. No, maybe he's not going for the, to have C camps where people go to unalive and things like that. But if you look at everything else and you take away all that, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same, except there's no unaliving camps so far. And I think it's disingenuous for anyone to say, oh, well, you're just, you're fear mongering and all that kind of stuff. So that's the first thing. The second thing is having to do with me. This isn't a conspiracy or anything like that, but I
just want to say though, I would argue there are camps. They're called private prisons, and there are camps. They're called private prisons. They're labor camps. That's what private prisons are, and like those camps in Germany didn't start out with what they ended to be, right?
No.
They were relocation places. They were work camps. They were camps to work towards the war effort. Like it didn't start the way it ended, right? If he had said, hey, I'm building these places to do this, the final solution, no one would have been on board, right? It's all slow progression. Oh, we need to build more private detention centers because I'm rounding up these immigrants you guys want to be. That's exactly what Mustache Man said.
Yeah.
Similarly to Trump's ban on urban camping, arresting people who are violating it and putting them in work camps, but he called them, we're going to help. We're going to help if you take the help. If you don't take the help, then what? Right? And
also, sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and also just know, we are the inventor of the concentration camp.
We are
America. Mustache Man came to America to tour ours so he could learn how to build them. We invented them.
He loved him some Jim Crow. He loved
him some Henry Ford. He had a picture of Henry Ford behind his desk.
Yep.
In his office. Henry Ford is the only American to get a shout out in Mein Kampf.
Actually, with the bringing up that book, and I forgot I wanted to say that as well, is Trump's realizing he's he's drunk with power. This is all he's ever wanted. He wanted to be part of the rich kids club. He wanted to be loved by everybody. And he's realizing now he has no checks and balances. He can do literally whatever he wants, and no one is stopping him. No one is holding him accountable at all. And he loved Mein Kampf. He used to read it. He had it on his nightstand. I'm pretty sure that's correct. So
that's what we've been told. Yeah, that's the reporting that we've had. That Mm-hmm.
So, I just wanted to quickly just say something about myself. I'm a PA voter. I'm registered independent. I voted for Harris, but I did it on absentee ballot. I tracked it all the way in. I got to see it each week or whatever. It showed that I got the ballot. I filled it out and sent it back in and said it was in transit, and then they got it. Around the election, and I don't know, I feel kind of like an ass saying this, but Elon Musk had this thing where if you sign his petition, you get $100, and anyone else you recommend for it gets $100. I thought it was just signing a petition. So I signed it because I just wanted to get the $100 because I'm a PA voter. I thought I was taking advantage of them. Not that this has anything to do with my vote, but now I look at my vote and I track it and it's showing as it can't be found. It's really strange. And I don't know if anyone else is experiencing this. I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. I'm just saying I'm going to look into it, why mine's not showing. And then I also, that Elon Musk thing, I really hope it has nothing to do with each other. And I feel like an idiot for doing it, but I want to take his free money. So I feel bad.
You should take his money. He could solve world hunger, with his interest. But we've heard these stories, Fish. It's tough because it's like,
it's not going to be anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you get the money, let us know. We'll have a burn Mein Kampf party.
No, I did. I got the money. I got $200 checks and I cashed them, and they were legit.
That's great. That's great.
But that's all. No, I'm not trying to push any conspiracy theories.
I know. I got you.
Love you guys. Do your thing.
Thank you, buddy.
I'm going back on the road listening. Bye.
Talk to you later. See ya. Love, Fish. All right. So again, we're talking about sort of the idea of the red flags in leadership. We talked about manipulation. We talked about loyalty to any cost. Then division and fear. This is written by Stephen Hassan, who also authored The Cult of Trump. By painting outsiders as enemies and promoting fear of chaos, these leaders isolate their followers. Fear becomes a tool to suppress questions and deepen reliance on their authority. I can fix it, right? Only I can fix it. Only I can solve these problems. This is what these leaders do. And we often talk about how this is similar to fascism. You got excited about something. Anything you want to share?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I just want to say we have 2 super chats on YouTube. Maxwell said, "You are both wonderful." And HUA, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, _ I know you're from Hawaii, I assume because of the zip code, said, "Facts and Felice Hart." Thank you guys so much for the super chats. I just qualified to get super chats. My lovely listeners have been watching my YouTube channel for hours for the last week. So I could.
I don't even know what
super chats. Like if you can monetize your YouTube channel, if you have 3,000 watch hours, they're so cool. It like highlights chats at the top of chat and like for different lengths of time, depending how much you value them at, and you can set goals for them. I love them. It's gotten me excited. Like I'm kind of sad that we all have to leave TikTok probably because Trump's going to ruin it. But there are some cool things on YouTube.
That's cool.
It's a pinned message at the top of the chat, and then like it gives you a list of them, and then you can read them and say thank you to the listeners and things like that.
Sounds technical. I'm sure I can figure it out.
It's just another way that someone can support you. It's a paid chat. It's just another way someone could support you, and then people can ask questions and things. As a teacher, I like it a lot.
That's awesome. This continues. Promises of salvation. These leaders, the red flags for leadership is what we're discussing. They present themselves as the only solutions to problems. Only I can fix it. How many times has he said that? Convincing followers that without them, disaster is inevitable. This creates dependency and discourages independent thinking. Recognizing the patterns. Spotting these tactics early is crucial. Awareness of manipulative behaviors is the first step toward protecting yourself and breaking free from the influence. I again, every time I read his stuff or anybody else I've spoken to who either are experts in cults, like our friend Daniela Mestinick Young, knitting cult lady. She's got a new book coming out, The Culting of America. she talks about this all the time about how these patterns are so recognizable. And yes, MAGA is a cult from her expertise, from her experience. And I don't see how else we could describe it any other way, because everything we see, and again, no one likes to be referred to being as being in a cult, but if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. That's why when we make these historical comparisons to things that we've learned or should have learned, so that they don't repeat themselves, but they certainly do rhyme, here we are. Every single thing is by the autocrat, the dictator, the manipulator playbook. Everything. Nice hat, please.
Thank you for the hat.
Okay. You had mentioned to me that you got some prepping to do. Are you still good? Or you want to do?
Good. I actually stayed up. I actually got it done. I ended up staying up, so I'm good.
Okay. Is there anything else that you wanted to? I've got a few other things we can talk about. Is there anything else that you wanted to kind of cover off on? I know the way your brain works.
I know. I could go on and on, but yeah. What is the next logical?
Well,
where?
I wanted to kind of talk about the EOs and how impactful they are, but I think the best way to kind of approach that for people is just to remind them that the bulk of the EOs that are being passed are focused on every single element that was connected to Project 2025. And Philippe mentioned this earlier, right? They now refer to it as the America First agenda because they want to create something new. So again, the Project 2025 can then be put in the drawer so nobody can say, oh yeah, that was the plan all along. But when we talk about all the things that they're doing, like the Department of Education, defunding the Department of Education, that was directly from the playbook in P2025. And what people, especially on that one, what people don't really realize is that the Department of Education does not set curriculums. They'll establish standards, but they don't set curriculums. So so this indoctrination that they say is coming from the DOE is just not that. It's never.
What does the Department of Education do? Right? It provides funding for lower socioeconomic. Right? Like it helps the people that Trump wants to hold down. Basically.
Yeah, and you look at this. You look at women, the states. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say women, brown and black people, the disabled people, all of the people in this country that Trump doesn't recognize as people. Those are the people who benefit from the Department of Education or need its services. Let's say.
That's exactly right. I mean, funding that's available for Pell Grants for people who need grants to go to college. IEPs, special needs programs are funded and subsidized by DOE budgets in the states that are already upside down economically, who depend on the federal government not just for funds to support education, but to keep their own systems, operating. There are people in these communities that are Trump voters. Oftentimes, it's the states that have the poorest education scores are the ones that are either are not utilizing the money that they receive from the government that's supposed to go directly to education, or that and the fact that they're already upside down in their budgets. So the reliance on the federal government is necessary. Oklahoma, perfect example, like ranks 45th in education and runs in the negative every single year after year after year. And they complain about their education system. Who are they complaining to? Same people
and just lowered their standards. God,
yeah.
And then they're mad about H-1B visas. Like, you gotta think, Matt. The point is to keep you all uneducated. You're lowering your education standards in red states, and then you're wondering why you don't get jobs. Why you don't get jobs in STEM? Like it's
right.
You're defunding education. And I will say this, if you don't follow the Tennessee Holler account on X or on Blue Sky, oh my God. And they're doing this, Tennessee, these billionaires in Tennessee and billionaires outside, all of this dark money is pushing this huge, oh my God, I'm sorry about my ADHD brain this morning. What am I trying to say? Like the system where they give tax dollars and the tax dollars follow the child, and you take money out of the public schools and put them towards homeschool or towards private school vouchers. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't remember the word voucher. I just could not. I'll just keep describing this until someone says.
Well, you know what it is.
Yeah, they're doing. I mean, they are showing, like, go look at the Tennessee Holler account on Blue Sky or X. I mean, it's clip after clip after clip of these. I mean, it is a heated debate, and like, it is fascinating to watch. Like, as a teacher, this is the most poisonous thing, school vouchers, right? And it is.
Who pays the difference?
ProPublica has done great pieces on how it's like in Mississippi, it's segregation, right? Because this is the point. You can say it's kind of genius. You can say, hey, everyone gets a $7,000 tax credit. But we know Arizona is one of the progenitors of school vouchers. When I was a child, there were school vouchers in Arizona. Guess what? Oklahoma's 45. We're 48. What happens to the education system because of school vouchers is abysmal. It ruins the education system in a state, right? And we know that 97% of school vouchers in Arizona are going to white, affluent children, right? Because if you have $7,000 tax credit, first of all, private schools, they don't have to take anyone. They don't have to take brown and black kids. That's why ProPublica has actual investigative journalist articles done in Mississippi that they're using this to recreate Jim Crow and segregation. Exactly. But in Arizona, right, if you're disproportionately brown and black, this is mostly affecting Hispanic kids. Where are private schools? They're in white, affluent neighborhoods.
Correct.
Can you afford to get a ride to a private school?
Or
can you afford to pay the additional 1/3 or 2/3 of tuition it costs to go to one? Absolutely not. And that's if they accept you. They don't have to accept anyone. So all of these vouchers that are being used, 97% are affluent white children who do not need that money. It is being taken out of private school. I mean, it's been taken out of public school education, right?
That's right. The Charles Burbank III Gymnasium, Charles Burbank IV will definitely be able to go to that charter school or that private school, but everybody else won't. Good morning.
I don't think people understand how serious the school vouchers are, like how it is truly ruining education. And MAGA doesn't understand this is hurting you. You thought Trump was going to give you these jobs. He's not.
Heck no.
If you don't invest in education, they want to keep us dumb. Oh yeah. Ohio's an example. There's a great ProPublica article dating back to the late 80s on the progression of school vouchers in Ohio and how the Catholic Church was involved. Oh man, Ohio's just like Arizona, is one of the worst. Yeah. Texas is fighting it. And I'll say this, Texas is unique because what might save, there's 2 billionaires in Texas that made their money in oil and gas, but they're crazy Christian nationalists now that are pushing all of this. They've taken over the Senate. They own Ken Paxton. They own the whole government. And the last stand is in the House to prevent school vouchers. But what might save Texas from school vouchers? Football, right?
Wait.
Football.
Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights.
Football rights, brother.
Yeah, football rights, baseball, that might save Texas from the school vouchers.
Ohio, places like that too. Hi, Victoria.
Hello. I heard you guys talk about the Tennessee Holler and school vouchers, and I'm like, my district is trying to do this, actually. Murfreesboro keeps bringing it up for a vote, and they've talked about they have to prepay for like these charter schools and whatnot, and the cost of that, and it's like an obscene cost, but I think it's two things. I think one, it's so that only rich people get a tax break, but two, I think that this is coordinated campaign to go back to like a Gilded Age type situation where if you can't afford for education, your kids start work at age 12 or younger. Like that's what it looks like. And here in Tennessee, we've been fighting this. I love Justin, who runs the Tennessee Holler. He's great. He ran for office. And they won't even let him in the state capitol right now. Like he is not on the list of people who can go in. Our Tennessee legislator they're winners.
Well, that's what you get for outing Cameron Sexton's mistress.
I mean,
that's the House Speaker.
That's
right?
the Speaker of the House. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Tennessee Holler basically like had a podcast and then like had like this guy on who knows Cameron Sexton's mistress. I mean, that was the beginning of the end.
Well, this speaks to everything that we've talked about, hundreds of times about the distraction and about, the voting against your own self-interest, because as we know, impoverished communities are the ones that depend on public school. So, I mean, for example, if the situation changed in my state, we've got, I'm going to break this down. We've got some craziness going on in the Republic of Vermont recently that I'll talk about in a couple of weeks. It's nuts. But if I were to have to ship my kids to a charter school, the closest one is like 32 miles away. And that would be impossible for some parents, right? First of all, 32 miles away from school in the middle of winter, it's going to take you an hour and a half to get there. You're leaving at like 5 o'clock in the morning. And that's only if you can afford it. Oftentimes, parents depend on public education, for lunches, for breakfasts, for lunches for their kids. That's why a lot of schools during COVID offered free lunches because that they knew. And then, of course, the right wants to vote those things away. So it just becomes another barrier. And to your point, Victoria, I never thought about it that way. After 12 years old, buckle up, pack your lunch. You're going to work in the fields or wherever.
This is my parents' experience. The reason
you can go to the factory, facts, or the mines.
Yeah. That's true.
Stop
that's true.
lying.
That's
Get
true.
the kids back in the factories and the mines. They have tiny little hands. They can fit into those small spaces.
It's the Gilded Age. It's the Gilded Age.
That's right.
I mean, that's what it is. I mean, I have a hard time because we're not that far removed from this. We're not, it wasn't that long ago that this was people's lives. I mean, my dad is the youngest of 8 children.
It's 3 generations. Yeah. People don't think about it. It's like 3
this
generations.
Wasn't that far ago. When I tell people I have World War II trauma, they're always like, but you're so young. I'm like, my grandmother survived the Blitz. My grandfather fought in the war. I have that. It's connected. I think back to my dad's eldest sister's experiences of where their mom, she left school when she was 12. Started working at 15. She met her first husband. At 16, she was married and starting to have her first children. And by the time she was in her early 30s, her first husband had passed away because of complications from serving as a soldier. And, the children had to go to work. My dad tells plenty of stories where he was working at 8 years old on the weekends to make extra money to help pay rent. This is not that long ago. This is the 60s. This is, the 60s and the 70s. This was not that long ago. And if it feels like an attack at your life, it is, because they want you to be broke. They want you to be struggling. They want you to be in fear of your children. They want to make sure that everything in your life is so hard that you don't have time to question what they are doing.
The distraction is the point. We talked earlier about similar tendencies back in 1930s Germany, going after the intellectuals, as they called it. They did not want their society to be informed. They wanted to mask people from what was actually going on. So this assault on education it's a right-wing tactic that's been going on for a very long time. To your point, keep them dumb, keep them hungry, which will force them to blame someone else, right? Blame the immigrants, blame the women.
It's the Hunger Games. It's not Handmaid's Tale, guys. It's the Hunger Games.
It is.
I legitimately just made a video about this. This is the Hunger Games. We're watching the Capitol take form. I just made a whole video this morning. I had said it a couple months ago, this is the Hunger Games. And I've been tagged. So many of you all find Hunger Game videos and started tagging me in it. And I love that. But that's what it is. We are watching the Capitol take form because the Capitol is a rich fascist government, which is all the wealth is succeeded and there's excess and there's so much food and all these things. And there are a couple of districts, I made a video this morning, that gets some of the benefits of that because proximity, they think proximity protects them, but it doesn't really. And the rest of the districts suffer. And you're not in District 1 or District 2 right now, guys. You're not in the Capitol. If you're on this app, you're not in the Capitol.
My mods will get this joke. I volunteered Paul as tribute.
Look, I'm just looking for a Katniss at this point. I don't know if I'm going to be Katniss. I think I'm spicy enough and I'm a little bit smarter. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know.
So while you're here, Victoria, let's just for those of you that are just joining us, Victoria, along with another friend, Jess, Crazy Mother Runner, are going to join us for a show on Thursday to talk about running for office, but in particular, women running for office. What's involved? I sent you a bunch of questions, so hopefully we can have a great conversation about that. So that'll be on Thursday.
Very
So,
excited.
like as we've talked before, I mean, I've been very direct in my encouraging other people to get involved. This is just one way. But maybe not. Maybe running for office isn't for you, but maybe volunteering for a campaign, knocking on doors, phone banking, all those kinds of things. We'll be doing that
Yeah.
on Thursday. Anything you'd like to talk about before we?
No, like I'm so excited to talk about this. It won't just be running for office. Like that,
Exactly.
let's be very clear here. I did not start this process where I am today, did not start today. If anything, it started in 2017, 2018 of how I got here. Your path doesn't have to look like that. There are plenty of people who are in the party who have no intention of running for office that have been working with the party for years. So my hope is that I can tell you a little bit about my journey and how I got here and what motivated me so that you feel empowered to do it the same. Because, guys, like, you don't have to be the smartest person in the room to be in politics. Look at Lauren Boebert. Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. You don't have to be like this. You just have to know that you want to make a change. You just have to take one step in front of the other, because like that's all I did. I just wanted to get in the rooms where there was power. I had no idea that almost 3 years ago when I became a county chair that it would be a clear path for running for office for me. But here I am running a congressional campaign, hanging out with this dude, hanging out with police, because I made a choice, and those choices all let me get to where I'm at today. And I'm privileged in that way, but I want to use my knowledge and give it away freely, because the more of us that are activated like myself, the better off we'll all be.
Have you seen anything since the inauguration and since you've seen these executive orders come down federally? Have you seen anything in your state that is sort of happening as a result, or similarity, or any rhetoric?
There's a lot of rhetoric. Like Tennessee just put forth, Andy Ogles actually has put forth to change so that Trump can run for a third term.
Saw that.
So Andy Ogles is a raging piece of shit. He's beside my district. I feel no qualms in saying that about him.
His last Christmas card was all of his children holding ARs.
Oh, that's Andy Ogles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
no,
like the thing is it's idiotic, right? You need 2/3 of Congress and 38 state
38
legislatures.
Something like that, yeah.
38 state legislatures. That's never going to happen. They just want.
I mean, Tennessee's full of some real winners. We have some real winners here in
Tim
Tennessee.
Burchett believes aliens are living under the sea now. That was a big one last week. Did you guys see Tim Burchett? Him and Lauren Boebert. Do you guys understand they're not kidding? Like, this is one of MAGA's conspiracy theories, that the sea is the sky and that the aliens are actually going to come from underneath the sea.
Can I volunteer to be abducted? Like, seriously, I'll volunteer.
I want the aliens to come down, either zap us, unalive us all, or help us out. I don't care which one it is at this point.
Have you guys seen the clip on SNL with Kate McKinnon and Ryan Gosling and Cecily Strong about being abducted? Have you guys ever seen that clip?
I need to go watch.
You should go. It's friggin' hilarious. But I'm just like, none of them, because of course Kate McKinnon is so funny, and she's just, everybody else is breaking during the set because the things that she's talking about. She talks about, like, she calls it her poop shooter. That'll just give you an idea.
SNL is so funny again because they have so much good material. Like, SNL is hilarious.
You can't make this shit up. Like, you're like, oh cool, like I can just laugh about that. Yeah, no, I fucking love it.
But
remember when Melissa McCarthy pretended to Sean Spicer when he was like the person? We're back to those days of SNL when they just have so much material that it's hilarious.
Lin-Manuel Miranda revised Hamilton over the weekend. I mean, that whole bit. I mean, again, they've always been out ahead of it. But to your point, Victoria, about how I know your state is heavily gerrymandered. We know that, right? We know that there's a lot of brave, courageous individuals in the state legislature there, the Tennessee Three. But like, are you anticipating it to get like significantly worse, where some things may be passed that would impact the residents of your state?
Yeah, we're kind of bracing for impact. We just had the vote this weekend for our new chair. So our new chair of the Tennessee Democratic Party is now here. For those of you who don't know, I was appointed to the state executive committee. I filled a position, that vacancy. They had chosen me and there was no one running. but I got to go be a part of some of that this weekend, and it's very interesting with the party. I think we've made a decent choice. I would like to see how she goes forward with this.
What's her name? So we know.
Rachel Campbell is the new Tennessee Democratic chair. So chair, you've got the chair and the vice chair. Basically, it's like the president and the vice president, kind of their roles. And then I'm on the state executive committee. So my job is to vote for ledgers. We vote for bylaws. We vote in, like if I had been voted in prior to this, I would have been part of voting for the chair. Gloria Johnson had actually run for the chair position, but we were concerned about her role in the state legislature because we're trying to, consolidate those seats and make sure that they're safe seats. Because Tennessee legislature, one of the things that they did in this last election is they gerrymandered, but also the way they'd written a law so that Gloria Johnson was able to run for 2 seats at the same time. She was able to run for her state legislature seat and run for the Senate seat, but they've walked that law back. So with that walking the law back, they were hoping to get her out of her state legislature seat because she ran for 2 seats. They weren't successful in that. But that affects me as a candidate for U.S. Congress because I can't rerun for my state executive seat in 2026.
Oh, as a candidate.
I
can't be a candidate for 2
both.
things. Gotcha.
I can't do for both. Which is stupid because I could technically run for the state seat in my district as well as my state, as well as the federal seat, and be on basically 3 ballots essentially. But we're kind of still feeling out how that's going to go. If anything, I'm appointed, I can be the state executive and I can help train someone up to potentially take that role on when I'm done, just like with my county chair seat, which I'm stepping down from, so that they can take over for me because I'm, as a state EC member, I can't be a county chair. But it's been very interesting. Lots of rules, lots of regulations, a lot of them to keep us out. I think that Tennessee's a supermajority and Project 2025 is alive and well here. So if you guys want to see what's happening, watch Tennessee, because I do think that more is coming down with the vouchers. We've got several other bills that we're kind of watching. I'm a little out of touch this morning, but yeah, it's going to be a shit show.
Yeah, and we've gone through some of the exercises, and Felice did a great breakdown earlier about how the executive orders from the Trump administration is Project 2025. I mean, we're going down the list. It's DEI, it's women's rights, it's personhood, fetal personhood, which is the opening the door for a national abortion ban. It's eliminating members of the trans community from just not even able to exist. They're going to be going after same-sex marriage. I mean, the list goes on. And for people on the right, and I'm going to give people the benefit of the doubt, which is difficult for me to do these days. I generally think that there were people who voted for Trump that did not think Project 2025 was real and that he was not connected to it. And now that we're seeing it, I think people, hopefully there'll be some here and there, 1%, 2%, that might realize that this is crazy. And I think you mentioned it earlier about Chuck Grassley being like, what the hell are we doing here? This is crazy. It took, insurrection wasn't bad enough. Threatening the vice president, that wasn't bad enough.
His favorite inspector generals. He's had it.
Exactly. That was the line.
That's it. I was here for the racism and repression of
that was
women,
fine.
But
I have no problem with that. Like you said earlier, he rode into Congress on a covered wagon.
Yeah, he did.
With
so
his
he
can
was
of
fine with all
beans.
that, but he's like, not my inspectors general.
Yeah,
but I was gonna say this, what I see it as too, because it's like I don't know if we should even say Project 2025 because I think people tune it out, but the America First agenda, this is how I see it now, and this is how I'm positioning it. We were talking about the apathy of people not saying anything. At this point, you saw what Elon Musk did. He's embedded in the government. He was going to be in the West Wing, but thanks to Susie Wiles, he's now across the street in the Eisenhower building. But anyways, this man is embedded in the U.S. government and is throwing up seagulls. Either you renounce it or you are now part of it. That's your choice. If you're not going to renounce it, you're part of it. If you're going to sit there in silent complacency, That's who you are now. That is a statement in itself. Silence is a statement. Either you say, hey, that's disgusting and I don't agree with it, or that's who you are now. Congratulations.
That's the loyalty clause.
I mean, I was doing it all last week. I was actually on Matt's live last week, and we were talking, and I said, "Hold on, guys, I'm taking on a Schnazi online." Because my literal response to these people on Facebook, and I have screenshots, all that shit, is like, post a video of you doing the same thing. And I post a video of Elon doing it. I'm like, post a video. And like, someone was like, you're just trying to get me to lose my job. That's the fucking point, you dumb.
Yes.
All the bad words. like legitimately, literally, as someone came back to me, they were like, why would you ruin your friendship? I was like, let me say, I mean this with full disrespect. I don't give a fuck how long I've known you. I don't give a fuck what relationship we have. If you're going to support Nazism, get fucked, and I will make you post this video. I will make sure you lose your job. Like, I literally had to comment that because I was like, I do not support this. I was like, I am the person who's going to be hiding Anne Frank. I'm not going to be the person who's telling people that Anne Frank is in my attic. Fuck you. Right. And I want you to feel uncomfortable. I want you to feel those things because you know what? I've made my bed. Steve, you and I have talked about it. I made my bed. I put my foot in the grave. Let's go.
Let's go.
Or the people that are like in the houses around being like, hey, there's no problem. I don't see a problem. Why is everyone being so dramatic? Nothing's happening. Those are possibly the people I hate the most. Exactly. Like the people who are like, it's no big deal. Like Elon Musk, he can do whatever he wants. He's not connected to anything. It's those people that I think are the most damaging. Like, choose a side.
Yeah, they think that their moderation and their reserve it somehow puts them above it. Again, I think this comes down to American exceptionalism, is they think that they're above it. They think that somehow it protects us and that somehow it can't happen here. And I'm here to fucking tell you, you're wrong. You're on the wrong side of history. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I love that you had that quote up there because I've been saying that. I correct people all the time. I'm like, it's not repeating itself, but it's rhyming. It's rhyming really fucking hard right now. And none of us, those of us with World War II trauma are over here screaming it at the top of the lungs. I've been screaming it for 10 years. And I've just happened to meet people who actually feel that, or people who are finally on my side and realizing what I was saying for so long is happening.
I found something, and I have to wrap a little bit early. I just got a little bit of a work emergency, but I found this quote from someone who was an ardent Trump supporter who was about to take a job in the VA, and I will find it. Give me 1 second.
Oh, are you talking about the desperate person who's like, "Oh, my job! I know this wasn't anyone's fault, but
unintended consequences." Yeah, basically.
Yes.
They
Oh my God! I have this video of someone reading it. I love this.
Packed up their family to move to take a job with the VOA, the EO, the VA. The EO came down, putting a freeze on hiring. Then they pulled the offer. They were literally hardcore Trump supporters, and their quote was, paraphrasing,
"It's like, I know you didn't mean this to
unintended
happen."
consequences. Like, exactly. I know you wouldn't do that to me, right? Mm-hmm. I know you wouldn't do that to me, which goes back to the quote that we read earlier. They came for me.
They came
for me. Exactly. So I do need to wrap a little bit early for capitalism, but since as our tradition, anybody who's on the panel gets to say last words. So Victoria.
Oh, yeah, I just want to say, Miller, thank you so much for the super chat, and Kudri, thank you too. And I was just thinking this because I saw people while Victoria's speaking saying, how do I get involved in local politics or get involved and help things? This is my personal opinion because I worked for the Kamala Harris campaign, like as a creator for Kamala.
You did.
And so I see the world in patterns. So I notice a lot of things. Like, everyone just look up what your local district is, right? Get on